We reel beside the river, twixt Thames and Globe we hay. We chant and wheel your breath to steal a lion's part to play. So roar with us and hearty, roar so London hears. Rent the air, come here and share until Green Man appears. The Jack of London's Bankside steps forth with nut brown ale. There's spirit in the wild man to one and all wassail. So roar with us and hearty, roar so London hears. Rent the air, come here and share until St. George appears. A dragon's tooth revives him, and solstice calls the sun. We sing the fertile blessings in till our 12th night is done. So roar with us and hearty, roar so London throngs. Rent the air, come here and share the music and the song. We play and dance together, fight dragons all as one. Grow lilies as an army here, and then beat up the drum. So roar with us and hearty, roar so London sings. Rent the air, come here and share with corn queens and corn kings. We reel beside the river, twixt Thames and Globe we hay. We chant and wheel your breath to steal a lion's part to play.
Hello, I'm Sonia, and I'm a founder member of the Lions Part. Over 25 years ago now, inspired by amazing seasonal street festivals that happened all over the world, as well as in the UK, I gathered with the Lions Part and friends, and we held a 12th night festival on Bankside. The following year, armed with an array of autumn customs, I suggested we could create a new festival to celebrate the fall, harvest, October Plenty. Crowning the day, there would be our Green Man, transformed into a berry man and decorated with the fruits of nature's field. There could be a corn queen, and she would be decorated with the fruits of our harvests. There would be music, dancing, food, apples, customs, games, storytelling, and a play. Since we began October Plenty, many people have joined us. Artists, performers, musicians, growers, craftspeople, families who just want to join in the creation of the festival. We have collaborated with many people, local people like Roots and Shoots in Lambeth, with Shakespeare's Globe, with Borough Market and the Fabularium Theatre Company. And these people have brought diversity, change, energy, colour to the festivals. At the heart of every festival is you, the people, who join us whether you come annually or you're a passerby who stops to listen, laugh, sing, dance. Celebrate a collective love of this particular season. Each year, a seasonal theatre-based free festival on Bankside in London. This year will be no exception, bar the most poignant difference. We cannot celebrate on the streets. So, a wonderful collaboration of people have written, sung, performed to be filmed, or gathered extraordinary footage from past years to make an October Plenty Festival for 2020. A harvest in itself, if you like, to share online with anyone who knows the festival or just happens to be passing by and clicks on the link. We hope you stay with us today and follow the Berryman through the festivities. Dance with us, sing, listen, sit back and enjoy. It is you we wish to celebrate with, wherever you are in the world. Thank you to all of us, then, for bringing October Plenty to life this year and keeping a festive spirit alive. I'll pass you on now to Mr. Grimble, who will be able to tell you more about the events of the day and how to keep linked with us. Enjoy. Yes, I think that looks rather nice.
Thank you, Sonia. Welcome. It's happening. It's October Plenty and we're all here. Oh, now, before anything happens, what I want you to do is I want you to go straight over to the Lions Park website, okay? Go to the homepage and scroll down and find the PDF link, okay? Click on it and you'll see something a bit like this. Now, you can print it out and read it for yourself or not, because I'm about to tell you what's going to happen anyway. Okay. At 1 p.m, we're going to be visited by the magical Fabularium as they do their performance of the Hare and the Moon. It is the tale of how the sun was stolen and the moon was created. You don't need to know any more than that. Thank you to Tameside Council and to Wild Rumpus for making the filming of that possible. At 2 p.m, we're going to be seeing the extraordinary Patrick Ryan, storyteller of the most amazing tales known to humanity. He will be in the story orchard along with Pomona, who will teach us how to make an apple wish. You don't want to miss that at 2 p.m. Now at 3 p.m, we're going to be dancing. Get your dancing shoes on, I hope you've been practicing. We'll be doing the horses brawl and all sorts of other extraordinary dances. Certainly beats Joe Wicks. At 4 p.m, we do it every year and this year is no exception. The execution of John Barleycorn. Yes, it's mayhem, it's Morris, and it's sheep. At 4:45, we do it every year, we're going to do it this year as well. We will be stripping the Corn Queen. It is the highlight of our event, the climax of what we do. So come along at 4:45 to see the stripping of the Corn Queen. But don't go anywhere now. Make sure you stick around, because we are about to join the Berryman as he wanders the streets of London, telling us of his extraordinary dream.
Tommy right for Larry, for the little night. Tommy right for Larry, oh. Tommy right for Larry, for the little day. Tommy right for Larry, oh.
What a magnificent vault!
No, really, out, right out.
A contract of true love to celebrate, and some donation freely to estate upon this place, that they may prosperous be and honored in their issue.
Barns and garners never empty. Vines with clustering bunches growing, plants with goodly birth and bowing, plants with goodly.
Whoa! Room, brave gallants, room, give me room to rhyme. For my proud horse will wince if he come not within so many yards of a prince. For though he hath not on his wings, my horse can do strange things. He is the Pegasus that uses to grace the bankside muses. On holy days he paces before the Southwark graces, printing his proud hoofs to the receiving earth, jumping o'er the times, turning the accomplishments of many years into an hourglass. For to tell you true and in rhyme, he was foaled in Queen Elizabeth's time, when the great Lord Leicester at his castle did feast her. Room, brave gallants, room, I say, let the goddess Iris step this way.
Bounteous lady, thy rich lees of wheat, rye, barley, fetches, oats, and peas, thy turfy mountains where live nibbling sheep, and flat meads thatched with stover, them to keep, thy banks with pioned and twilled brims, which spongy April at thy hest betrims, to make cold nymphs chaste crowns, and thy broom, whose shadow the dismissed bachelor loves, being lass lorn, thy pole-clipped vineyards, and thy sea marge sterile and rocky hard, where thou thyself dost err, the queen of the sky, whose watery arch and messenger am I, bids thee leave these, and of her sovereign grace here, on this grass plot, in this very place, to come and sport. Here peacocks fly amain. Approach, rich Ceres, her to entertain. Hail!
Many-coloured messenger, that ne'er dost disobey the wife of Jupiter, who with thy saffron wings upon my flowers diffusest honey drops, refreshing showers, and with each end of thy blue bow dost crown my bosky acres and my unshrubbed down. Rich scarf to my proud earth, why hath thy queen summoned me hither to this short-grassed green?
A contract of true love to celebrate, and some donation freely to estate upon this place, that they may prosperous be, and honoured in their issue.
Earth's increased poise and plenty, barns and garners never empty. manure for fertility of ideas.
Here is a corn dolly for fruition of performance. Hobby, come on.
Bye.
You sunburnt sicklemen of harvest weary, come, follow us to festivities and be merry.
Make holiday. Your rye straw hats put on. Well, the ones you've made. And these fresh nymphs encounter everyone in country footing. Come on.
Take my arm. You, take my arm. You, take my arm.
Mr. Wildman, your lady.
Who's this young man? Take my arm. Come on, spin.
colleagues, are we ready?
I think so.
Let us tell you what we see in the dark of night. About 1 billion trillion stars spread across the sky. Using our great telescope, we see many things. From planets, comets, asteroids, the beauty this life brings. Working, making observations and following the stars as they go swirling round the galaxy. Near and far, we track all the constellations and the patterns that they find, and then they lead us back to stories from ancient wonderful times, distant lands and creatures, cultures far and wide.
Very good. So, what do we know about constellations? Let us have a look into the sky now and see what is up there. It's not night time, but there are plenty of stars to be seen. Oh, we've got Pleiades, or better known as
The Seven Sisters, formed within the last 100 million years.
A cluster of stars in the constellation of
Taurus.
The Bull, who can be seen chasing the sun across the sky.
almost colliding with the head of
Orion,
The Hunter,
a giant holding a copper club.
with his 2 dogs
Canis Major.
and Canis Minor.
These are just some of the stars we see in our night sky.
But in different parts of the world.
The night sky can look completely different to ours.
Have you ever seen the large Magellanic Cloud?
Ooh, get you!
Named after Ferdinand Magellan.
A galaxy with 10 billion solar masses.
Have you ever heard of Alpha Centauri?
Oh, very good pronunciation. 3 stars so close together.
They form one of the brightest fixed points in the southern sky.
Have you ever heard of the constellation Lepus? The Hare. This constellation shows the pattern of a hare leaping as if being chased. It also has lots of links to lunar mythology. The moon. There are many, many fascinating stories about the creation of the moon.
Every civilization.
From cultures far and wide.
Have a new tale to tell of our glowing protector of the night.
Let us tell you our tale.
Let us take you from the summer of northern England to the cold depths of Siberia.
Gather round, gather near, we have a tale for you to hear. Let this cart journey through the Arctic frost that covers you. Gather round and gather near, we have a tale for you to hear. Listen close, listen well, to this tale we long to tell. Join us now and be told the story of the brave and bold. How did the moon come to be there? The tale of the moon and the hare.
The
Tale of the hare and the moon.
Our tale begins one fateful morning when the sun did not rise.
Nanook the white bear, strong and fierce, there is nothing his sharp claws cannot pierce. Ooh, where is the sun? I can barely see a thing.
Artemis the owl, intelligent and wise. Knowledge is key in this owl's eyes. Oh,
So dark.
oh, Nanook,
Oh, Artemis, what are you still doing awake?
something is not right, Nanook.
So dark.
I don't understand. There should be light.
Nanook, Artemis, is that you?
Leaper!
Leaper, the Arctic hare, bold and full of sprite. She loves to adventure through the snow so cold and white. Why is it so dark?
Why is there no light?
Why hasn't it risen yet?
Where is the sun?
I'm sure the sun was supposed to be rising by now.
Did you mess up the readings, Artemis?
My calculations are always precise.
Well, if the sun is not rising yet, I'm going back to bed.
Well, no. You must stay here.
But if the sun is not up, how can I hunt?
If the sun is not up, how can I sleep?
If the sun is not up, how will we survive?
Together, we must solve this.
Oh, an adventure! A mystery! Oh, how exciting!
It would appear we are experiencing a singularity. Yes, that our world has tilted off its axis and is now drifting out of our galaxy. Thoughts?
Oh, I know.
No.
Perhaps the canvas of night has got darker, and the sun is not strong enough to burn through our cold air.
Or maybe it's just, well, gone.
Gone? Preposterous. Oh, the very idea.
Silly little leaper, how can the sun be gone?
Maybe it has disappeared. You mean it's gone?
I just said that! It's gone!
Feel the wind, feel the chill, see the snow up on the hill. Take the cold in your stride, beware of shadows on the mountainside. Feel the wind and feel the chill. See the snow up on the hill, hear the snap, hear the shake. Be wary of the route you take, do not stray far from home. You may find that the road does wind in the fearful depths of the great unknown. Where is the sun? Where is the light? Forever the darkness of night.
Well, if the sun really has gone, we need to do something about it, and quick!
First, Leaper, we must understand why it has disappeared.
Maybe the sun's flames have been put out.
Oh, no. Not even the snow on top of the mountain could extinguish the sun's flames.
I postulate and hypothesize that a large comet has drifted in front of the sun, blocking its rays and hiding the light from us.
Artemis, surely there is no comet big enough to block the sun.
This has never happened before.
There must be a logical explanation.
Perhaps someone has stolen it.
Stolen it?
Maybe something took the sun. In the dead of night, they snatched it from the sky and plunged us all into darkness.
Silly little girl, how can anyone steal our sun?
Well, I don't know, but it's as likely as your suggestion.
Seems unlikely to me, little
I've got it! What if, whilst we were sleeping, some creature in the night removed the sun from the sky and has kept it for themselves?
You mean a thief?
A villain?
Are you serious? I just said that! It's been stolen!
Quiet, Leaper, please! But who would do such a thing? Did you see? Did you hear?
Something evil lurking here.
As we lay fast asleep,
A villain stole our light to keep.
Did you see and did you hear? Something evil lurking here. Cast your gaze, cast your eyes beyond the clouds where the sun did lie. What if dawn never comes? What will we do if we should lose our shining light, our gift of sight? How can we play when there's no day without our blazing burning sun? Where is the sun? Where is the light? Forever the darkness of night. Forever the darkness of night.
Well, if the sun really has been stolen, we need to do something about it, and quick!
Well, in that case, I will scour the land.
and I shall take to the skies.
And I shall look through the telescope.
No!
What? Why not?
Because, Leaper, how many times must we tell you the telescope is not a toy?
Those steps are too steep for someone like you.
You must remain here until we call for you. Together, Artemis, we will reclaim the sun and restore it to our sky. Restoring normality to our realm. Yes. Leaper, you listen out for... Leaper!
What? I'm just looking for clues. Ow, get off me!
Only the wisest of creatures can use the telescope. We told you those stairs are not suitable for you. So, stay here. In all my years, this is a travesty I have never witnessed before. A travesty we will put an end to. We'll be heroes. We'll be legends. Now, Leaper, you listen out for...
Leaper!
What?
What? I want to see. I want to see the telescope. No, I want to look. Oh, no.
Enough! You must wait here while we begin our search for the stolen sun. I shall go east. And I shall fly west. And you...
Shall not look through the telescope.
And...
Stay here.
Make sure you do.
Farewell, friend.
Farewell, friend.
Oh, but that's unfair. I just know if we look through the telescope, I might be able to find where the sun has gone. Look for clues. Oh, well, there's no one here right now. Shall I look through the telescope? Oh, okay, I'll have a look. Be quiet. Oh my goodness, it's so tall. Oh, I'll be able to see everything from up here. I can see trees and clouds and... Hold on a minute. I see a light upon the mountain. Maybe that's where the sun is. Friends! Friends! I see a light upon the mountainside!
Leaper!
Friends!
What is that noise?
Where is it?
Trying to search for the sun!
Friends, up here! I've seen a clue!
Leaper!
What?
Get down this instant! Don't make me come up there!
Well, I was just looking for clues and I think I have spotted something.
Nonsense!
Well, if you don't believe me, Artemis, have a look for yourself.
Fine! Seeing as I am the only one that is qualified to use the telescope.
Artemis, what can you see?
I can see trees and clouds and... There! A light upon the mountainside!
See? I told you. That must be where the sun is. We must go up the mountain immediately and investigate where the light is coming from.
We must go up the mountain immediately!
And investigate where the light is coming from.
That's what I just said.
There is only one way to reclaim the sun. I must fly up the mountain.
Yes, swift and quick.
And I can come with you.
No!
Why not?
Well, this task requires intelligence.
Intelligence? Pegasus, Cassiopeia, Ursa Minor, the little bear.
It also requires a keen eye.
Well, it was me who found the light after all.
And most important of all, to find the light quickly, this task requires the ability to fly.
Yeah. Easy.
All of which are traits that a hare does not possess.
Oh, but I just want to help find the stolen sun.
Watch and learn, Leaper. I must do what needs to be done. Restore to our world the light of the sun. A daunting task, but I shall prevail. I shall succeed where others would fail. I must do what needs to be done. Restore to our world the light of the sun. A daunting task, but I shall prevail. I shall succeed where others would fail. I shall succeed where others would fail. Upon the mountainside, I, Artemis, discovered a light. To solve this mystery, one must take flight. Woo-hoo!
So, Artemis flew up the mountain following the glowing light. As he flew higher and higher, the light got brighter and brighter.
I must be getting close.
He faced Arctic winds and snowy blizzards.
Oh.
As he approached and followed the light, he found that the light was coming from...
cave!
He followed the light swiftly through the sky, but suddenly the light went out.
Ooh! Hello?
The snowy owl proceeded with caution, but suddenly, from the depths of the cave...
Oh! What's that sound? What kind of beast could make such horrific sounds? I can't stand it. It's getting louder. Footsteps. It's coming closer. I can't do this. I dare not find out what creature lives here. Oh! Leaper!
Hello, Artemis!
You have put yourself in great jeopardy. What are you doing here?
Well, I was thinking about what you said about me not being able to fly, and I thought of things that I am really good at. I'm good at running fast, and I'm good at jumping, and I'm good at knitting.
Have I taught you nothing? You put yourself in great danger.
I know, but we must solve the mystery of the stolen sun.
Quickly, we must return to Nanook.
What? No, we must go back. Oh. Oh.
Artemis, what on earth is the matter?
Oh, Nanook, the horrors, it was terrible.
What did you find?
I followed the light which led me to a cave.
A cave? A clue?
But then all I remember is gargantuan sounds from a demonic beast.
Demonic beast? Maybe they know where the sun is. Artemis, did you see the sun?
Quiet, Leaper. Artemis, did you see the sun?
I did not dare enter for fear of losing my life.
Wow, this is turning out to be quite the adventure.
And you distracted me from my quest.
Me? You were already screaming before I even got there.
Oh, what were you thinking, little Leaper, following Artemis up the mountainside? This is no game.
Well, I just want to help find the stolen sun. We can go up there and reclaim the sun as our own immediately.
No, I'm not going back up there.
Oh, fine, we can go.
I will go.
Yes, we must send our strongest.
No creature can match my strength.
Whatever creature lives, there will be no match for you, Nanook.
And I can come with you.
No!
Why not?
Because you must be strong to undertake this task, Leaper. What are you doing? Put me down. And you must be cunning. And most importantly, you must be brave.
All of which are traits that you do not possess.
I just want to help find the stolen sun.
Oh, sit this one out, little hare. Leave this to the big bear. I must do what needs to be done. Restore to our world the light of the sun. A daunting task, but I shall prevail. I will succeed where others have failed. I will do what needs to be done. Restore to our world the light of the sun. A daunting task, but I shall prevail. I will succeed where others have failed. I will succeed where others have failed. Journey onwards to slay this beast. Whatever lies in that cave will become my feast.
So, Nanook journeyed up the snowy mountainside.
I will slay this monster.
He faced Arctic winds, snowy blizzards, clambering over icy boulders. And then, finally, he found...
The cave, just like Artemis described.
Suddenly, light erupted from the cave. And Nanook saw before him the shadows of a giant
Beast! Oh, how can I slay a beast that big that would surely tear me to pieces? Oh, I must run and flee. I value my life. Oh. No, I'm strong. Oh, no, I've got to be brave. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. No, I'm the strong bear. I can do it. No, my goodness. Oh, Leaper.
Are you crying?
No, it's the snow melting on my eyelashes.
And what's that sound?
My knees are knocking together.
Are you scared?
No! It's just cold.
And what's that smell?
Well, what are you doing here again?
Well, I was bored and I thought the great mystery could be solved by the white bear and the Arctic hare.
No, Leaper, no, it's far too dangerous.
No, but we can just go up there now.
No, Leaper, no, we must go back to our... No!
We're right here.
Go back to Artemis' report.
Stop being a baby.
No.
Did you see the beast, Nanook?
I saw it all right with my own eyes. I saw giant shadows.
Giant shadows? Another clue.
Giant shadows of a demonic beast with horns that would break even me. Oh, it was terrible.
A demonic beast with horns. Oh, this is getting exciting.
You said you were just trying to help, and all you've done is get in the way.
Me? You said no beast can match your strength, and all you did was run away.
Oh, we've been defeated.
We'll have to live in darkness for eternity.
Nothing else we can do.
There's no one else who can help.
Well, there's only one thing left to do.
Yes, live in fear.
Hide in darkness.
No! I must go alone.
You?
Yes, me.
But Leaper.
No, but I can do this.
But Leaper.
Look, this is perfect for someone like me. I've been to the mountain and the cave before. I can do this because I am strong and I am brave and cunning and I have a keen eye and I can fly.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can. Okay, well, I still can't fly, but I can't do any worse now, can I?
How will she succeed when both of us have failed?
But Artemis, we're running out of options.
Leaper, please. This is a dangerous quest.
I know, but I must try. I must do what needs to be done. Restore to our world the light of the sun. A daunting task, but I shall prevail. I shall succeed where others have failed. I must do what needs to be done. Restore to our world the light of the sun. A daunting task, but I shall prevail. I shall succeed where others have failed. I shall succeed where others have failed. This mystery could not be solved by the owl or the bear, so it must be me, Leaper the Arctic hare, who's with me! Yahoo! Let's go! Yes! Come on, mountain! Woohoo!
Leaper made her way up the mountainside, battling Arctic winds, heavy blizzard, clambering over icy boulders,
Whoa!
fending off occasional mountain goats,
Stop!
and more blizzards,
Oh, stop!
and trudging over mud and sludge.
Yes, I think they get the idea. Oh, here it is! The cave! Cool!
Leaper gathered all of her courage as she expected to hear the terrifying sounds Artemis spoke of and see the horrific shadows Nanook had described. But she saw
Nothing.
and heard only
Silence! What were those two on about? All I see in this cave is this pot. Oh, now think, Leaper, think. If a sun was going to hide in this cave, where would it be hiding? Maybe the sun is in that pot! Maybe the beast has returned. Maybe you should hide. Yes, hiding! Good idea! I did it! I actually did it! Leaper the Arctic Hare solved the mystery of the stolen sun. It was in this pot the whole time! Oh, I did it! I actually did it! I solved the mystery of the stolen sun. Leaper the Arctic...
Yes, disturb my solitude. Beware to those who trespass here. You risk your life for something worse, so heed this warning, don't come near. Earth was made for me alone, and everything belongs to me. Darkness makes for easy prey. What's yours is mine, I guarantee. What's yours is therefore taken. What you've lost is mine to keep.
Well, actually, I don't think it is yours to keep. You know, the sun is for everybody. The animals are down there in fear, living in darkness. Who do you think you are?
I am the beast, the sunlight thief. I am the great Asterion, master of the everlasting night. Master of the everlasting night. Now be gone.
No. I demand you return what's not yours.
Listen here. This world belongs to me alone.
Not everything is yours to take.
Try to stop a raging bull.
All rules were made for you to break. Darkness spreads across the tundra.
With his closest neighbor fear.
Hiding in the darkest shadows.
Watch yourself, I may be near. Watch your back, I'm lurking. Watch yourself, I know you're there. I am the beast, the sunlight thief. I am the great Asterion, master of the everlasting night.
The shade you cast won't last forever. Light must be allowed to shine.
Ignorance is my ambition. Fear and hate is my design.
Selfish actions have no reason. Hateful threats, they won't fool me. Arrogance is your undoing. Why is that so hard to see? Why you are fooling? Tell me why you stole the sun.
Because I am the beast, the sunlight thief. I am the great Asterion, master of the everlasting night. I am the beast, the sunlight thief. I am the great Asterion, master of the everlasting night. Master of the everlasting night. She's gone.
Having seen off the hare, Asterion the bull retreated back into his cave of solitude. And for a time, all was quiet on the mountainside. Until Asterion realized he had been outwitted.
Well, that'll teach you for being so greedy, won't it? I did it. I found the sun. Oh, wait till my friends hear about this. Nanook and Artemis won't believe it.
What on earth was that horrible sound?
What was that terrible sound?
Oh, friends.
Leaper!
Friends, quick. I found the sun. It was in this pot the whole time.
Oh, it's so warm.
It's so beautiful.
Yeah, I I really showed Asterion a lesson. Now we just need to figure out how to get the sun back up into the sky.
What did you just say?
We just need to figure out how to get the sun back up in the sky.
Did you say Asterion?
Yes.
The Raging Bull?
Wait, he was a bull. How did you know?
Asterion the Raging Bull!
I don't want you to take it.
What's the matter with you? Do you know him?
Oh, Asterion was banished years ago.
For his crimes against the land.
All he knows is smashing, breaking and destroying.
And you remember that time in the china shop?
Oh, and worst of all, he challenged the king's authority.
Insisting he should be master of us all.
Well, he claims he's the master of the everlasting night.
Oh, he vowed revenge on us.
Teaching everyone a lesson.
Well, yeah, he did seem rather angry. Fred, stop! Nanook, you are strong. Go to the village and warn all the little animals to stay indoors. Artemis, you are swift. Take to the skies and alert the signal. A bull is on the loose.
Oh, very well, but
yes.
What will you do, Lipa?
I will think of something. Yes, I will. Oh, I need to think of something. How do I get the sun back up into the sky? Any ideas? Oh, a piggyback. Anybody really tall? No. A pogo stick. Oh, I could jump. Oh, it's not too high. I don't know. Oh, what about those boots that they go like this? Boing, boing, boing. They're pretty good. They were good in the 80s.
You make a mockery of me. You brought me from my cave up on high.
Up on high? On top of the mountain, of course!
Back to these low lands. I warned you.
Yes, you did warn me. Well, actually, you said a lot of things. Well, mainly, you sang, I am the beast of sunlight thief. Watch your back, I'm lurking.
You ridicule me.
No. You do a pretty good job of that yourself. Fear and hate is my design. You put the bull in bully.
I'm going to tear you limb from limb.
Quite possibly. But you're going to have to catch me first.
Lipa raced up the mountain as fast as she could. Higher and higher she climbed. But Asterion the bull was hot on her heels.
You can't catch me.
I'm coming for you, little girl.
Lipa reached the top of the mountain, but Asterion the bull knew she could climb no higher and prepared his final charge.
I've got you now, little girl.
In one last attempt to restore the sun, she!
The sun!
Asterion hit the sun with his horn, and a small sliver broke off and fell down the mountain. The bull chased after the sun as it soared upwards. But as light returned to the sky, the bull vanished.
La 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 with the sun returned to the sky. The snow on the top of the mountain glistened once again.
Bird song filled the air. Warmth and light returned to the sky.
Flowers and trees burst into blossom. All the animals weren't scared anymore, and they all cheered in joyous celebration!
She has done it! Oh, Lipa has returned the sun to the sky! Oh, I can finally feel the warmth on my feathers again. I can see my feathers.
Oh, she has done it!
Nanook!
Oh, Tempest! So what a joy it is to see you soaring through the sky once more.
What a joy it is to see your beautiful white fur.
I can go hunting again.
I can finally go to sleep.
Oh, well, what did you actually see from up on high?
I saw Lipa outrun the raging bull and throw the sun back into the sky.
Oh, she must be braver than all of us.
Her intelligence clearly surpasses us both.
Maybe we underestimated her.
Maybe we should apologize.
Sorry, what was that?
Lipa!
Oh, you were saying some nice things. What were they?
The sun is back in the sky.
And then I can feel the warmth on my feathers again.
Yes,
And we underestimated you, and we are both sorry.
He's sorry.
excuse me. I've just outrun a raging bull. I could easily take on a bear like you.
Okay, of course I'm sorry. I'm just very impressed you took on a Styrian.
That evil fiend stealing our sun under the cover of darkness.
Darkness.
Darkness!
Darkness will come. The sun will set again.
The sun must set every day.
Oh, and the villain may return at night and steal it again.
What if he comes back?
We will never see him coming.
He will smash and destroy everything.
Oh, what are we going to do? Lipa?
I'll think of something. Friends, farewell.
Farewell, friend.
So when the sun is up, the bull stays away, but when darkness comes, he may return. We need a light to shine through the darkness. Of course, the sliver! Asterion knocked a sliver of the sunlight into the snow. That's it! I now know what needs to be done. A moon to reflect the light of the sun. It'll shine so bright to keep fear at bay. Surrounded by stars is where it will stay. That's it! I must go. Goodbye!
So Lipa climbed the mountain once again to retrieve the sliver of sun broken off during the chase, no longer a golden yellow, but cooled to a silvery white. So the animals never feared the dark again. She leapt higher than she'd ever leapt before. So the hare leapt into the night to place the moon to reflect the sunlight. She jumped so high, now must remain there. Look to the moon and you'll see the hare. So the hare leapt into the night to place the moon to reflect the sunlight. She jumped so high, now must remain there. Look to the moon and you'll see the hare. Look to the moon, she still lives up there. Give thanks to the moon and the brave daring hare. The moon!
And if you look up to our night sky, our tale is there written in the stars. Ursa Major, the great bear, guardian of creatures big and small. Noctua, the wise owl, watching us from up above. Taurus, the raging bull, forever chasing the sun, never to catch it.
And if you look to the full moon, many people say that you can see the silhouette of the brave hare.
Waxing, waning, ever changing, always travelling round the earth, watching, gazing the amazing phases of the moon, shining down upon the seas, conductor of the tide, guiding those who need a light. Come behold our strong and bold protector of the night, looking out across the Arctic snow-capped mountains all aglow. We stand beneath the tower, gazing at the moon. It is said that shining there she watches over us, guiding those who need a light. Come behold our strong and bold protector of the night. Looking out across the Arctic snow-capped mountains all aglow, we three stand beneath the tower, gazing at the moon. It is said that shining there they both watch over us, guiding those who need their light. Come behold our strong and bold protectors of the night. La 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 la, hey, la 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 la. Look up tonight and thank the moon.
Back in the day when folks would say, forsooth, alack and sirrah, you'd be working in the fields for a pittance of pay and a jolly good thwack should you dither. How so? For this is that it matters not to jot how many peasant folk have pots, 'cause not very many have a mirror. Back in the day when folks would pray to the Lord, their souls to deliver, you'd be walking every day down the Canterbury way to try to prove that you really weren't a sinner. Our soul. Oh, this is that a pilgrimage would bring a chance to eat and drink and sing with a roll in the hay after dinner.
Back in the day, tradesfolk would play on wagons in the center of town, and the Fabularium would ring, peasants, gentlemen, and kids,
And give them a chance to be clowns. Our soul. Oh, is that the very next day it will all be swept away and we'll all return to our grounds. Come on and dance in the woodland place. Tortoise and hare are having a
tree to snooze. The tortoise is slow, there's no way she can lose. The tortoise is slow, there's no way she can lose.
Still going strong, he's nearly there. When off in the distance he sees the hare, thinking this is his chance. He quickens his pace. The tortoise is slow, but he's winning the race.
The tortoise is slow, but he's winning the race.
I might win. Come on, Hadrian. Feet don't fail me now. I'm catching up.
Come on and all to the woodland place. Tortoise and hare are having a race.
Come one and all to the woodland place.
See how the tortoise has won the race.
I can't believe I won.
That's not fair! That's not fair!
The tortoise wins the race.
The Fabularium mechanicals, enchantingly fanatical, here to tell a tale or two. Fabularium mechanicals, delightfully theatrical, we've got a story for you. We play and perform in the warm and the cold. Whatever the weather, our story will be told. We'll sing and we'll play upon this stage, so come gather round. Fabularium mechanicals, enchantingly fanatical, here to tell a tale or two. Fabularium mechanicals, delightfully theatrical, we've got a story for you. We travel far and wide as a company. It's not always blissful harmony, but without one another we wouldn't be here. So come one and all. Fabularium mechanicals, our stories are so magical. Come and see the things we do. Fabularium mechanicals, we hope to make you laugh. Ickles. We've got a story for you. Fabularium mechanicals, not a bunch of radicals, honest players through and through. Fabularium mechanicals, our singing is sporadical, and we've got the story of Reynard the Fox.
lovely red apples growing on the apple tree. Lovely red apples, lovely green apples, is there one for you and me? La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. I've got one.
Oh, wow. Wasn't that amazing? Oh, I love that. Beautiful play about the hare and the moon. I'll tell you what, it's made me want to make a wish. I think I'm going to write it on this. This is my little wish here. I wish I could run as fast as a hare. Now, I need to find a tree to go and hang this on, don't I? Oh, and so do you. You know, you're allowed to make wishes too. Why don't you go and get a bit of ribbon and a bit of paper, like this, and then write your wish down on it and hang it on the nearest tree. You've got lots of time, so you've got a really long time to think up the best possible wish that you could possibly think of. Something that's really important to you. This is what's really important to me right now. I want to be a hare, look. Just like that. Well, I hope my wish comes true. Well, I'll tell you what else I hope for is I really want a gorgeous, juicy apple right now.
Here's one.
Oh, that is a gorgeous, juicy apple. But more importantly, it's Pomona, the goddess of the apples. Pomona. What's this one called?
That's a London pearmain.
London pearmain. You say that in your poem, don't you?
I do.
Oh, I've got an idea. Pomona, would you do us all the honour of reading out one of the poems that was sent in last week at Danny's workshop? We've had dozens and dozens, and you're so good at reading poetry. What about this one? It's in a scroll.
I am the ancient apple queen. As once I was, so am I now. For evermore a hope unseen betwixt the blossom and the bough. Ah, where's the river's hidden gold, and where the windy grave of Troy? Yet come I, as I came of old, from out the heart of summer's joy. That's by my friend, William Morris.
Brilliant. Pomona, would you do us all the honour of telling us the poem of the goddess Pomona?
All right then.
Good. Right. Got to do the little wish first.
Thou visitest the earth, and blessest it, and blessest it, and crownest the year with thy goodness, and crownest the year with thy goodness. Thou
gifts I can supply. Not in a state of pluck, no, rather a wind-fallen, groundling fruit am I. But I am sun-ripened and sweet in fertile ferment. I taste of what might have been. I have softened slowly, warmly, with no shame. So when you sip from my pippin lip, it is the cider you will blame. A rich brew, more brandy than apple. A warming snapple you will scrapple for. For surely, sir, no tavern apple, no marriage maker by any other name would taste as sweet. Oh, I will be discreet in climactic, alcoholic celebration. Oh, I am all given, a pomme de l'air, fallen potato woods. I am once more an earthly fruit, a toot on a hoary morning after an apinoir. I lie naked with my offspring-strewn children of the tree, free at last to nestle beneath first frost, to thaw Jack's cold breath, and then to hope, to wait, perhaps in vain, for the main event. A cider press, a frozen larder for a fox's prey, or perhaps on fertile soil to sprout anew. Costard or London pearmain, oh, what dreams are made on apple soil by Golden Spire or Howgate Wonder, Mobs Royal, Ballyfatton, all together. While Hounslow wonders which is Chad's favourite, Greasy Pippin or Shoreditch White. Bloody ploughman sops in wine and craves a hoary morning, or a knobby russet. Is Biggs none such best by far? I am told that poor Tom Putt will put you right for a striped beefing. All Pomona's variety make for Harvest Symphony, the tune with which we play. Join our company, sing and sup with us, and celebrate the day.
And blessest it, and crownest the year with thy goodness, and crownest the year with thy goodness. Thou crownest the year with thy goodness. Thou crownest the year with thy goodness.
Oh, Pomona, that was absolutely amazing. You're wonderful. Oh, hold on. Is this the story orchard?
Yes, it is.
Do you think I could tie my wish to a tree? Here.
Of course you can.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I'll do just that then. I'll tell you why. It's because it's time for a story.
Hello there, it's Pat Ryan. I'm going to tell you a story. Now, sadly, we can't be in the story orchard telling stories this year. I wish we could do that. But I think it's great that the Lions Part has organised October Plenty this way, and I want to thank them for asking me to tell some stories. So here's a story. Once upon a time there was a king, and everyone said this king was the wisest, most clever man in all the world. But once this wise old king asked a stupid question. You see, the king, he had 3 daughters. And these princesses, they were all very wise and clever and good and kind. And the king wanted to find out which one was the best. So he decided to ask a question. He called his daughters in, and the king said, "My children, tell me this. How much do you love me?" Well, imagine that. Do you think a father should ask his children a question like that? Fathers and mothers should know how much their children love them without asking, but sometimes fathers and mothers do ask very silly, stupid questions, and the princesses, they had to reply, they had to answer. He was the king and their father, and they always spoke politely to their father, like all children do. So the first princess, she said, "Father, I love you more than all the gold and silver in the world." Well, you could see what was on her mind, but the answer made the king very happy. The second princess said, "Father, I love you more than all the gems and all the jewels in the earth." Well, you could see what was in her heart, but the answer pleased her father, the king. Now, the third princess, she was the wisest and the most clever and the kindest, and I think the king wanted her to give the best answer. But being such a good, clever young girl, she thought her father was being a bit silly. So when she answered, maybe she was being cheeky, or maybe she was telling the truth as she saw it. I don't know. But the third princess replied, "Father, I love you more than salt." Oh, the king was angry when he heard this. "More than salt, more than salt," he shouted. "You stupid goose! Didn't you hear what your sister said? They love me more than gold and silver and diamonds and jewels, but you love me only more than salt. Salt is nothing. Nothing comes from nothing. Give me a better answer." "No," said the princess, "that is my answer. I love you more than salt." "Say something better," said the king. "The poorest people in our country have salt. If you only love me as much as salt, you don't love me enough. You're not my child. You don't belong to this family. From now on," said the king, "you are banished. Never again do we live under the same roof. Never again do we see eye to eye or look face to face. Never again will we stay in the same place. You're gone. Get out." Well, the princess tried to explain what she meant, but the king was so angry. I mean, you know what fathers and mothers are like when they get angry. When grown-ups get angry, do they listen to what children say? I'm afraid they often don't. Her 2 sisters made fun of her. You know, you say something silly, your sisters and your brothers never let you forget about it. Well, there was nothing for it. The princess had to leave her home that very day. That day she walked out of the palace all alone. No friends to go with her, no family, no servants, no soldiers. She just walked out on her own 2 feet, and all she took with her was a sack with clothes that once belonged to her mother, the queen, dresses on a pack on her back. Well, the princess walked and walked and walked and walked up the high road, the low road, the hard road, the dark road, and she walked further than you could tell me or I could tell you, until she came at last to another country. Now, in this land, no one knew the princess. No one knew her father, the king. Nobody even knew the name of the country from where she came. So in this place of strangers, the princess went into the deep, dark forest, and she found an old hollow tree, and she put the dresses of her mother inside that tree so they'd be hidden and safe. And then she went down to the river that ran through that forest, and she bathed in the river. And because the clothes she traveled in were so tattered and worn now, well, the princess, she cut down the rushes. You know, the tall green plants that grow by the water's edge. She cut down the rushes, and she wove them together to make a skirt and a cape and a cap, all made of rushes. And dressed this way, she went looking for work. Well, the only place she knew to work in was a palace, being a princess. So she went to the palace of the prince of this foreign land, and she begged for employment. Well, they didn't like the look of her, all dressed up in a coat and skirt of rushes. Who would hire someone like that? No, we've nothing for you, they said. But she begged and pleaded. She had to work in order to eat. Well, the cook felt sorry for the young woman. Now, you know, cooks, they're very friendly people. The cook said, well, I'll tell you what. I'll give you some work. You can scrub the dirty pots and pans until they shine like silver. And if you're willing to do that, you can have a place on the floor to sleep and the bits of food that we don't want to eat. That's all you'll get. Well, the princess agreed to that, and she did scrub pots and pans until they shone like silver. And she slept in a heap of ashes by the fire to keep warm. And all she got for her pay was the food they didn't want to eat, the tidbits they tossed from the table, you know, the dry, stale crusts of bread, the moldy bits of cheese, the grisly bits of meat, the apple cores and the orange peelings and the moldy cheese. And, well, that's all she got to eat, but she never complained. And she never told her name. And she never told from where she came. And because of that, and because she wore a cap and cape and skirt of rushes, they started to call her Cap o' Rushes. And Cap o' Rushes worked there for many a time. And after many years had passed, the prince of that land, who lived in that palace, decided to have a festival, a big party that would last 3 days and nights. And everybody was so excited to hear of this because it was said the prince was finally going to choose a wife out of all the women who came to the party. And every woman thought she had a chance at matching up with the prince. Well, the first day of the festival, Cap o' Rushes was too tired to go. They couldn't get her to leave. They left her there asleep on the floor beside the fire. But soon as she was on her own, up she got and off she went, off into the forest. And she bathed in the river, and then she went to the old hollow tree and took out the first dress of her mother and put it on. Now this dress was made of gold, and when she wore the golden gown, Cap o' Rushes looked like the sun in the sky, and that is how she went to the party. As soon as she walked into the palace, everybody turned to stare. They had never seen such beauty. Everyone was gobsmacked. And the prince, well, he left whomever he was with. When he saw Cap o' Rushes, he went right up to her, and he took her by the hand and danced every dance with her. But she didn't tell her name. She didn't tell from where she came. And before the first day was over, Cap o' Rushes managed to slip away and run back to the kitchen. And nobody knew where she went or who she was. That night when the servants returned, they found Cap o' Rushes fast asleep by the fire, in her old tattery, rushy clothes. And they didn't recognize her. They didn't see she was the princess. They woke her up, they told her everything that happened, and she listened. Though she knew it all, she was there. And then the cook said, "Oh, Cap o' Rushes, you must come to the party tomorrow. This princess is gorgeous. They do say that the prince is going to fall in love with her. You'll want to see that happen, won't you?" And Cap o' Rushes said, "Oh, yes. She would like to see the prince fall in love with that princess very much. Yes, indeed she would." Well, I mean, she would want that because it was her. But the second day, they couldn't wake Cap o' Rushes up for love or money, so they left her there fast asleep in the kitchen. When she was on her lonesome, up she got, out she went, ran to the forest, bathed in the river, put on the second dress of her mother that was hidden away there in the tree. Now this gown was made of silver, and when she wore the silver gown, Cap o' Rushes looked in the moon. She looked like the moon skipping and tripping and dancing above the clouds at night, and that's how she went to the party. Well, once again, people had never seen such beauty. They were all gobsmacked again. And again the prince danced every dance with her. But did she tell her name? Did she tell the prince from where she came? No, because you know what it's like? Girls keep secrets from the fellas, don't they? And well, they should. Anyway, before the second day had finished, Caporushes ran away to the kitchen. Nobody knew where she went, who she was. She was gone. When the servants returned, they still didn't see that she was a princess there in her rushy coat. They woke her and told her what happened. The cook said, "Oh, come on, Caporushes, you've got to go tomorrow. It's the last day of the festival. You'll want to see this princess. They do say the prince is going to ask her to marry him. Now, wouldn't you want that to happen?" "Oh, yes," said Caporushes. "She'd very much like that to happen, to have the prince ask this princess to marry. Well, I mean, that would be great for her, wouldn't it?" But on the third day, you know what happened. They couldn't wake up Caporushes, so they left her there snoring her head off in the kitchen. But when she was on her own, she ran off into the forest, bathed in the river, and put on the last dress of her mother. Now this dress, it was made of diamonds and gems and jewels. And when she wore it, she glittered like the stars of paradise, and that is how she went to the party. Well, again, everyone was gobsmacked. Oh! She was so beautiful! And again the prince came and danced every dance with her. But did Caporushes tell her name? Did she tell from where she came? No. So the prince, he took a ring from off his finger, and he put the ring on Caporushes' finger, and he said, "By that ring I will know you. By the ring I will recognize you. By the ring I will find you. I will make you my wife and my queen." Caporushes just smiled, didn't say a word. Truth to tell, she was worried how to get shed of the fella, because you know that day the prince was holding on tight to her hand and wouldn't let go of it. And girls, you know what it's like when a fella hangs onto your hand and won't let go. It's so annoying. Well, then they called a dance where everybody changed partners. So he had to let go of her hand then, didn't he? As soon as he did, she took her chance. Caporushes ran away, off to the kitchens. Nobody knew where she went, and they still didn't know who she was. Somehow Caporushes got to the kitchens in time that she was dressed in her old clothes made of rushes, and seemed to be asleep when the servants returned. They woke her up, told her what happened. "Well, you missed your chance, Caporushes," said the cook. "That mysterious princess has disappeared, and we still don't know who she is or where she went." "Ah, isn't that a pity?" said Caporushes. But I don't think she was bothered. Now, the next day, the prince went out to find the one to whom he'd given the ring. But like a lot of fellas, he was a bit stupid when it came to women. 'Cause he only went out and looked at the fancy women, the ones all dolled up with fancy hairdos and loads of jewellery and fancy clothes, you know. Never once did he look at an ordinary woman who was working for her living. So he never saw Caporushes there, scrubbing the pots and pans. Well, when the king couldn't find his true love, the king's son came back and the prince took to his bed, and he was terrible sick. Oh, the doctors came and looked the prince up and down and all around. Oh, they said he had a dreadful illness. They said the prince had a broken heart, and he was going to die for love. Everyone was very sorry to hear this. Everyone said, "Isn't that a pity? Oh, how sad, the prince is going to die for love." Well, everybody said that except Caporushes. When she heard that the prince was dying for love, do you know what she did? She laughed. She laughed. Because I'm sorry, it's the way the world goes. There are some girls who are very hard-hearted and cruel about men's feelings. It's the way it goes. Well, they all said she was a wicked one to laugh at the prince dying for love, and she said, "I'm not laughing because he's going to die. I'm laughing because he's being silly, because I know how to cure him." "Oh, you don't know that. You don't know how to do that," said the cook. "I do," said Caporushes. "I can make some soup, and if the prince ate my soup, I promise he'd feel better." "Well, you better go do it," said the cook. So Caporushes made some soup, and when it was ready, she poured it into a dish, and when no one was looking, she took the ring off her finger that the prince gave her and dropped it into the dish of soup, and she said for them to take it to the prince. Well, they took the soup to the prince, and he ate it all up. And when he got to the bottom of the dish, what did he see? The ring! Straight away he felt better. He jumped out of bed and said, "Whoever made the soup, tell her to come to me at once." Well, the cook thought something was wrong with the soup, and only the cook was supposed to make food for the prince. The cook thought, if I send Caporushes and the soup's bad, I'll be in trouble. She'll be in trouble. Well, the cook didn't want trouble, so the cook went to the prince. And the prince said to the cook, "Who made this soup?" And the cook said, "Oh, I did, your highness." Now the cook was an old woman. And the prince said, "Oh, no, I don't think so. Send the one who really made the soup. I promise no harm will come to any of you." So the cook went to Caporushes and said, "It's no good. He wants you, and he's going to get you." So Caporushes went to the prince, and he looked her in the eye, and he said, "How did you come by this ring?" And she looked him in the eye and said, "Well, I came by the ring by the one who gave it to me." And she took off her cap and her cape and her skirt of rushes, and beneath it she wore the gown of diamonds and gems and jewels. Well, as soon as she walked into the chamber, the prince had recognized her, and so he asked her to marry him, and this time she agreed. And so they planned a big wedding. All the kings and queens and emperors of the world were invited to their wedding, including Caporushes' father. You remember him, the old wise king who asked a stupid question. When she found out her old man was coming to her wedding, didn't know who she was, Caporushes went to the cook and said, "Hey, cook, when you make food for the wedding, when you make the food, don't use any salt. Not a handful of salt, not a grain of salt, not a pinch of salt. No salt in the fish, the flesh, the fowl, the pudding, the pies, the pastry, the bread, the fruit, the vegetables, the soup, the broth. No salt in anything." And the cook said, "Ach, Mum, that's going to taste rare nasty." "Doesn't signify. Do what I say," said Caporushes. So the cook did. And when the wedding day came, everyone sat down to the big banquet, and they tucked into their food, but they couldn't eat it. It tasted fair rotten without salt. They all complained. The wedding was ruined on account of bad food because of no salt. But everybody complained except Caporushes' father. The wise old king began to weep. He wept and wept, while he cried so much that his long white beard was soaked with tears. And everybody said, "What are you crying for?" And the old king said, "Once upon a time I had a daughter, and I asked her how much she loved me. And she said more than salt, and I thought that meant she did not love me at all. But now I understand. Now I see what she meant. Without salt, food is nothing. And without love, life is nothing. She gave me the best answer, and I sent her away, and I do not know where she is now." And he began to weep again. But Caporushes ran along the table, and she put her arms around her father, and she kissed him and said, "Ach, no, Dad, you have not lost that child, for I am she, and I love you still." And he looked her in the eyes, and when he looked into her eyes, he saw that she was the child he sent away so long ago, and he begged her forgiveness, and of course, Caporushes forgave her father. And then she ordered the cook to make new food for the wedding, but this time to use salt, and the cook did. And you know, that wedding of Caporushes and the prince was such a wonderful affair, such a magnificent party, such a glorious occasion, that the wedding party of Caporushes and the prince, it lasted for 7 years and a day, and every day was better than the day before. And I should know, because I got to go to the wedding, and that's how I heard the story of Caporushes. Now I hope you like that. I have a couple more stories for you as we'll go on. I know the Lions part has got lots of treats for you. Normally at this time I'd ask you to make a wish and write it on an apple and hang it on a tree in the story orchard. But just like you imagine Caporushes in your head, I hope you saw all the pictures from this story in your mind. You can make a picture like that of an apple tree of your own. And make all the wishes you want today. Now, before I begin this one, I want you to try and imagine London a long, long time ago. A London before we had the big buildings and the busy roads and everything paved over. So long ago that when you went south of the river, south of the Thames, well, you didn't really find a city, maybe a few villages. But mostly what you would see were gardens and orchards all around you, orchards full of apple trees and trees bearing plums and pears. That's the time this story happened. And it happened around the time of year that we're in now, the time of October plenty. This is the story. Long time ago, down Lambeth way, there were two young lads, two boys, good friends, the best of friends. Their names were Tom and Will. Now, they were good lads, but if you listened to their parents, you'd think they weren't good all the time. Sure, but parents are always complaining about their children, aren't they? These two lads were always getting into scrapes. Driving their parents mad. But the thing was, Tom and Will liked to have a bit of fun, and you children know, those of you who are listening, sometimes when you have fun, sometimes it gets you into trouble. You don't mean for it to, but that's just the way it goes. But of course, some of the things that Tom and Will liked to do, the grown-ups weren't too fond of. And when it came to this time of the year, when the trees were heavy with fruit, there was nothing that Tom and Will liked better than to go scrumping for apples. And of course, living where they did, there were gardens and orchards everywhere, just heaving with fruit. Plums and pears, and best of all, apples. And there was many a time these two boys, I'm sorry to tell you this, it was a bit naughty, but they would sneak into an orchard in the evening when no one was around and pick all the apples they could, climb up into the best trees with the best apples, and they would stuff their shirts, their pockets, everything that they could hold the apples, they'd shove them into so to carry them away and eat each and every one when they got the chance. Well, it so happened that one fine night, when the moon was full, but clouds would cover its face now and then, and the wind was blowing, and the frost was likely to fall that night, that those two boys went out scrumping for apples. And they went over to Miss Scott's place. She had a fine garden there with a little orchard of the best balsam apples. Delicious apples, kind of yellowy with russet red, bright red in parts. And they were so tasty and juicy and sweet. The two boys fancied eating as many of those as they could carry. And so they looked up the lane and down the lane and over the hedge and under the hedge. And when they saw no one was about, well, they pushed their way through the branches of that hedge. And quickly they climbed up the trees. Each one climbed one tree, and they started picking apples. Now, tempted as they were to eat them, they just grabbed as many as they could off the branches, and they stuffed them into the big pockets of their coats, their big baggy coats, and down the inside their shirts. And they'd even managed to find a few sacks, a few cloth bags that they filled with apples as well. And when they heard a shout from old Miss Scott's house, they saw a light came on, well, they thought they were caught. But they scampered away before she could see them. They dived out of that garden and ran up the lane and looked for a place to hide, just in case she called the local constables on them. Well, not too far away was old St. Mary at Lambeth's church, with a big old graveyard all around it, one of the oldest buildings of that part. And when they got to that part of the village, they ran into the graveyard where they were sure no one would find them, hid behind a great big gravestone. Right, said Will, let's divvy these up. Fair's fair. Let's each get the same amount. And Tom said, that's grand, he says, but what about the two apples that dropped by the gate as we came in? We'll get them later, said Will. And the two boys, they started divvying up the apples. They were going 1 for you and 1 for me, 2 for you and 2 for me. They'd loads of apples to split between them. Now, Miss Scott was sure something had been in her garden, and sure enough, she raised the alarm. And whichever Bobby was on the beat, that constable went coming along, looking down the lanes, looking for what trouble there might be. Well, this police constable, he was a good soul and a God-fearing man, but a bit simple-minded, if you know what I mean. He wasn't all there in the head between you and me. And as he passed the churchyard, well, he said a prayer, because he always did that when he passed a church. But then he heard voices in the graveyard, and this policeman wondered what that was about. So he went up to the gate and was listening, and he heard these two voices from somewhere in the graveyard. In the dark, he couldn't see who was speaking, but he heard the words clearly. 1 for you and 1 for me, 2 for you and 2 for me. And he got to thinking, what could they be talking about? Well, then this very holy policeman, he got a notion in his head. Someone was divvying things up. And what would you divide up in a graveyard? But the souls of the dead. And the policeman realized this must be God and the devil, splitting the souls between them. Well, his heart nearly went to his throat. He was so choked with fear. Rather than go in and try to arrest God and the devil for trespassing in a graveyard at night, he ran straight back to the police station. And he got there and he told the night sergeant what was going on. He says, Sarge, he says, God and the devil are down in the graveyard and they're divvying up the souls. Now the sergeant knew this man and knew that he was one for jumping to conclusions. And he said, don't be daft, he says. Surely that's not happening. Come in here for yourself, said this constable. So the constable and the policeman, they headed back down over to St. Mary and Lambeth's graveyard. And they stood there by the wall and listened. And sure enough, Tom and Will were still going on there, splitting up the apples between them. 1 for you and 1 for me. 2 for you and 2 for me. 2 for me and 2 for you. 1 for me and 1 for you. And the sergeant had to admit there was no other explanation. God and the devil must be in that graveyard, and they must be dividing up all the souls of the dead between them to see who was going to go up and who was going to go down. Well, the two grown men were trembling. And at last the boys had finished dividing up the apples. There now, said Will, all finished. Hang on, said Tom. What about those 2 he dropped out of the gate of the church graveyard? Oh, those, said Will. Aye, we better go and fetch them right now. Well, when the sergeant and the police constable heard that, they thought that they were the 2 by the gate that the boys were talking about. They thought it was God and the devil coming to get them, and they didn't want to find out which one of them was going to go to heaven and which one was going to go to hell. They started running as fast as they could, and they ran and they ran. Do you know, some people say they're still running. Those officers of the law have never been seen again. So fearful of they that God or the devil might catch them. But Tom and Will went and fetched the apples at the gate of the old churchyard. And they took those apples home, and I ate every one of them. Do you know, to this day, I believe that young boys and girls, when they get the chance, from what I hear, they still go scrumping for apples, and I suppose getting into scrapes and getting into trouble just for having a bit of fun. But that's the way it goes. Anyway, we'll have one more story in a bit, and I hope you like that one. I hope you're enjoying lots of apples. If it were a normal October plenty, we'd have Apple Day going on with all those wonderful apples to smell and to look at and to taste. So I hope you've got some apples or pears or plums or other good things to eat around your place. And I'm sure that the Lions part are giving you lots of fun things to do. When the Lions part asked me to tell stories this year, to record stories for October Plenty, I was very happy to do it. And I was really glad they asked me. But I told them I think there's one story I really have to tell. Because every time I've told stories for October Plenty, and for Twelfth Night, any time the Lions Part has asked me to tell stories, some children have asked for this story. So I'll tell it now. I heard this story from an old woman in a school in Bermondsey a long time ago. This woman had been a student in the school when she was a child, and her children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren went to the school. And she had been a dinner lady there. And she said the story came from around that part of London. And many places in the story, if you know London, you'll know these places. So here's the story. I bet you can guess what it's going to be. Way long ago, back in Bermondsey, there was an old man who lived all alone. And this old man was an old grump, an old sourpuss. He was bad-tempered. Nobody really liked him. They called him Old Man Jack, and he had no friends, no company, except for 3 dogs. He kept 3 hound dogs called Get-A-Go, Gotta-Go, and Get-A-Go, Gotta-Go. They were his only company. Now, Old Man Jack was that mean and bad-tempered, he wouldn't spend money on anything. He was so selfish. The only thing he spent money on was food. And the only food he ever bought with his money was tins of beans. Because beans are just about the cheapest thing you can buy to eat. And that's all he and the dogs ever ate, was beans, beans, and beans. Baked beans, boiled beans, fried beans, roasted beans, bean soup, stew, bean cake, bean bread, beans, nothing but beans. Well, one night, Old Man Jack was stirring up a great big pot of bean stew, and he heard a scratch, scratch, scratch behind him. He turned and he looked behind him. And there he saw on the floor behind him a great, big, nasty, old rat. King Rat! This rat was as big as a cow. Now, you'll know we have a lot of rats in London. They say there are more rats than there are people. And the rats in London can be pretty big. But this was the biggest rat of all. I mean, this rat... I think he was almost as big as a cow. He had beady red eyes and long whiskers covered with scum and teeth all pointy and covered with slime. And he had a long, grayish, pinky, scaly tail like rats do. And that old rat looked at Old Man Jack like Old Man Jack was a tasty treat to eat. And Old Man Jack looked at the rat right in the eye. He wasn't scared. Ever so cool, ever so calm. Old Man Jack reached behind him, and he picked up a long, sharp knife. And just as King Rat was about to leap, just as King Rat was about to bounce, just as King Rat was about to jump and eat Old Man Jack went whack! And he brought the knife down on old King Rat, but the rat got away. Big as he was, he managed to squeeze through a crack in the floor. Rats can do that, you know, no matter how big they are, no matter how big, they can squeeze through anything. Well, the rat got away, but the rat's tail didn't. When Old Man Jack brought the knife down, he managed to cut the rat's tail clear off. Well, Old Man Jack picked up that rat's tail and he held it way up above his head. Now, Old Man Jack was a tall, skinny, lanky fella, but tall as he was, that rat's tail was so long that when he held it up over his head, it fell all the way down to the floor and curled around in a twirl a bit at his feet. Old Man Jack looked the rat's tail up and down and all around, and he said, It's been a long time since I ate any meat. Only beans. There's a bit of meat on this rat's tail. I'll chop it up and put it in the bean stew and cook it and eat it. And that is what he did. He took the rat's tail and he chopped it up and he put it into the bean stew and he cooked it and he ate it. Rat's tail and all, every drop. And then Old Man Jack went and climbed up into his bed to go to sleep. And all the dogs jumped up onto the bed to go to sleep. And they were just drifting off to sleep when they heard a scratch, scratch, scratch at the window. And they heard a voice cry out, "Taily-po, Taily-po, all I want is my Taily-po." Old Man Jack was scared. He sat up in his bed, terrified, and he called out to the three dogs. He called out to the hounds. He cried out, "Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, 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 go chase that monster rat away." And the dogs hopped off the bed, and they ran out of the house, and they went and they chased King Rat, for that's who was calling outside the window. They chased King Rat all around London town, up the streets and lanes and down the avenues and byways and highways, through entries and alleyways. You could hear the barking and the howling and the growling and the snapping of those dogs all over London that night. Oh, they chased King Rat all about. And King Rat led them right down into the Bermondsey Market, one of the oldest markets in London. Some of you will know the place. And the dogs chased the rat into the market, and the rat disappeared. He went down into a tunnel. You see, Bermondsey Market's very old, and underneath it there are many tunnels and secret passageways that only the rats know. And the rat disappeared, and the dogs thought they chased him away. So gotta go, and gotta go. They went back up to Old Man Jack's house. Let themselves in, jumped upon the bed. They were all going back to sleep, when again they heard a scratch, scratch, scratch at the window, and a scratch, scratch, scratch up on the roof above. And they heard the voice cry out, "Taily-po, Taily-po, all I want is my Taily-po." Old Man Jack sat up, terrible scared. He shouted, "Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, 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 go chase the King Rat away." Well, again, the dogs went running out of the house, howling and barking. They chased King Rat all around London town, up, down, back and forth, through every street and lane and high street and road and entry and alley, down into the Borough Market. And again the rat disappeared down some old tunnel, and the dogs couldn't see where he went, but they thought the rat was gone. So back home they went, jumped up onto the bed with Old Man Jack, and they all drifted off into sleep. But they barely shut their eyes when there was a scratch, scratch, scratch at the window, a scratch, scratch, scratch in the roof, and a scratch, scratch, scratch in the chimney. And the voice cried out, "Taily-po, Taily-po, all I want is my Taily-po." Old Man Jack was screaming with fear. He shouted, "Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, 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 go! Chase that monster away!" Well, again the dogs went running. They leapt out and they howled and growled. They chased King Rat all around London town. Oh, the barking, the howling, oh, it echoed around all night. But they chased him down into the Borough Market. And the King Rat ran down into a tunnel. And the dogs chased after. You could hear the barking and the howling and the growling down below. And then the barking and the howling and the growling stopped, and it got dead quiet. And the dogs didn't come back, and they didn't come back, and they didn't come back. Old Man Jack was all alone in the house. And then he heard a scratch, scratch, scratch at the window, a scratch, scratch, scratch on the roof, a scratch, scratch, scratch in the chimney, and a scratch, scratch, scratch at the foot of his bed. Old Man Jack pulled the quilt up over his head, but he still heard a voice cry out, "Taily-po, Taily-po. All I want is my Taily-po." Old Man Jack, he was shivering and shaking underneath the quilt. He said, "I haven't got it, I haven't got it, I do know what it is, but I have not got your Taily-po." But the voice of the rat cried out, "You know, and I know who's got my Taily-po, and it's you." "No, no, 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 I promise," said Old Man Jack, "I haven't got your Taily-po, I haven't got your Taily-po." But King Rat said, "Yes, you do have my Taily-po, and you know, and I know, all I want is my Taily-po, and I'm going to get it now." Well, that rat jumped up onto the bed, and there was a lot of punching and hitting and whacking and biting and scratching. And after that, I don't know what happened. I don't know. It's a mystery to this day. We do not know in London whatever happened to Old Man Jack or those dogs. It's like Spring Hill Jack and Jack the Ripper, all those Jack stories. We do not know what became of those people. Old Man Jack just disappeared. He and the dogs never seen again. Oh, a few days later, people got wondering what happened to Old Man Jack. Although he was mean and bad-tempered, the people around London are good people, and when Old Man Jack didn't come to the shop to buy his beans, they wondered, was he all right? So they went to check on him. But they found the house empty. He wasn't there, nor his dogs, and no sign of what had happened. So to this day, it's a mystery what happened to Old Man Jack and his dogs. But they do say, if you ever cross the Borough Market at night, in the wee hours of the morning, when London is dead silent, if you're brave enough to stand there and listen, you will hear a voice echoing down through the tunnels beneath your feet. You'll hear a voice cry out, "Taily-po, Taily-po, I got my Taily-po." And that's the story of the Taily-po. And they say that King Rat, that great big rat, king of all the rats in London, still lives under the Borough Market in those tunnels. And if you see him, you'll know him, not just because he's big, but he no longer wears his tail on the outside. I'll leave you to figure out what he did to get the tail back. Now, I hope that wasn't too scary for you, but that is a story that's often asked for. If you do get scared, do this. Someone once told me, if you're really scared from a ghost story, what you do at night when you go to bed, don't go to bed with your shoes on. Take your shoes off, but don't just drop them in any corner. Put them down on the floor with one toe going in one direction and the other toe going in the other direction, side by side. And if you put them side by side with the toes pointing opposite ways, you won't have any nightmares. You won't be scared at all. You'll have nice, pleasant dreams. It's always worked for me. Anyway, I'm really sorry we couldn't all gather today. Out of doors, telling stories, watching the dancing that Lions Park do, seeing the play they put on, looking at all the wonderful displays of apples especially, but other fruits and vegetables, and all the market stalls with things for sale. I'm sorry we can't do all of that, but we'll be able to do that one day, not too far off. In the meantime, enjoy the rest of what October Plenty has to offer. And if you like those stories, share them with other people. If you want to find those stories, I'm sure you can find them in your local library. Just go and ask the nice people there where are the fairy tales and the ghost stories. They'll know where to find them. But enjoy. Thanks for listening.
Wow! That was brilliant, wasn't it? Oh, wow, he's amazing. What a great storyteller.
I know. I'm going to write a wish for Pat.
Good idea. I think that's a great idea.
Here, have an apple.
All right.
I wish that Pat will be able to tell his stories in person soon. I'm going to hang it above Mr. Grimble's head.
Some say hopping's lousy, I don't believe it's true. I only go hopping just to get a bob or two with a T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O. Jump up in the hopping train, blimey ain't it full. Looks as though the whole wide world has come to pick and pull with a T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O. Now when I went to hopping down in Kent, I saw old Mother Riley a-sweeping out a tent with a T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O. Early in the morning our pole puller comes round. Come on, you dirty little hop pickers, pick 'em up from off the ground with a T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O. Now Monday is our washing day, don't we scrub 'em clean? We wash 'em in the river and we dry 'em on the green with a T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O. Here comes our pole puller with his long nose and chin and his old leather bushel. Oh, don't you stuff 'em in with a T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O. When we got some money, oh, don't we get 'em in? Father's on the wallop juice and mother's on the gin with a T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O. The kids are in the meadows, keeping out of harm. Sister Susie's in the barn with a lad from off the farm with a T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O. Now hopping it is over, our money it's all spent. Don't we wish we'd never gone a hopping down in Kent with the T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O, with the T-I-O, T-I-O, T-I-E-I-O.
Oh, I've had the most extraordinary dream. What's that? I know. It's time for the dancing, isn't it? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and find Pomona and see if she fancies a twirl. Pomona! Oh. Don't forget your apple.
So the first figure is going to the left and the right in a fairly quiet manner. You're going to start on your left foot and you go left and then back to the right and back to the left and back to the right to end up. The second figure makes you dance a little bit more vigorously and energetically, and you're going to start on your left foot again and skip to the left and then back to the right, back to the left and back to the right where you stop. And at the end of each of those steps to the left and the right, you bring your feet together as Kate just did. In the third figure, the horses paw in the ground in the most energetic manner, and you're going to start by pawing the ground with little steps with your right foot this time. 2 of those, so take a little step to the right and then turn all the way around starting on your left foot with 4 steps to end up facing forwards. If you're doing this dance on your own, you do that twice. Step to the right, all the way around to the left. If you're dancing it with a partner, then you take turns. One does it the first time, the other one does it the second time. And now Kate's going to put the whole dance together, all 3 figures, starting with your left foot. this dance, there is a figure which gets repeated, and that's the stepping figure in the moment we're going to be doing with handkerchiefs. And in between that, there's some hand clapping and touching various parts of your body. That's how the dance is structured. First of all, we're going to do the steps. So this is, imagine that you're skipping, you're starting on your left foot, and just dance with me. It goes left and right and left and right, and doing it on the spot. Left and right and left and right and left and left and right and left and right and. Okay? And this time with some music, starting on the left foot again. Here we go, left, This is a dance that comes from an Oxfordshire village called Bucknell, and in the dance, as it was danced, they didn't use handkerchiefs, but for today we're going to use handkerchiefs because it makes it look flamboyant and colourful, and you can get your colourful handkerchiefs out from the drawer. So the handkerchiefs go up and down depending on which foot you're on. So as your left foot comes down, you're doing up. It's down and up and down and up and down and up and down. And it's left and right and left and left and right and left and right, and it comes down on the left, up on the right, with some music. So you're going to be starting with your left foot, and the hands are going to come down. So when you're doing that stepping, I'm going to do 6 steps. So it's left, right, left, right, left, right. And then you bring your feet together and there's a little jump to end. So it goes like this. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, together and jump. And with your handkerchiefs, it goes like this. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, together and jump. And your hands end up like that. So you start off by clapping twice. It's clap, clap, and then you touch your left knee with your right hand. Then 2 claps, clap, clap, touch your right knee with your left hand. And then it's a quick clapping sequence that goes clap under your left leg, clap under your right leg, clap behind your back, and clap. So I'll just do that once more. It's clap, clap, knee, clap, clap, knee, clap, under your knee, clap, under your knee, clap, behind, clap. And in the dance, you're going to be working up through your body. You're going to start, first time it's with your knee, second time it's with your hip, third time it's with your chest. And the last time, you're going to be kissing, and I'll just show you that, and then we'll have a bit of music just once through. So it goes clap, clap, kiss, clap, clap, kiss, and then clap, knee, behind. So we'll put the first of those together with some music just so that we can get a feel for how it works. Do that one more time. This time we'll do the hip. And this time it's the chest, and then after that we'll finish the dance off with the kissing. And you only do, in the dance, you only do this particular series of claps once in each time. And for the last one, now I'm going to put the whole dance together. These solo dances, Morris dances, are flamboyant affairs, so try and put a bit of spirit into it, particularly when you're doing the hand waving and the kissing and so on. But it's you're on your own. This is a dance for one person from Bucknell. This dance is a dance for two people. It's called the Eva 3-step. You'll start off standing next to your partner, both facing forwards. The dance starts by taking 3 steps away from your partner and then clapping your hands on the 4th beat. So you're now away from your partner. You're going to go back the other way towards your partner, again for 3 steps, and clap on the 4th. You'll end up with the person on the left passing just behind their partner. It's quite good to have a little look at your partner at this point. And then you go back the other way for another 3 steps and 1 clap. And then you go back towards your partner for 3 steps. No clap this time, but take 2 hands in an open hand hold with your partner. So you're now facing your partner. You're going to do 2 little steps going towards the left-hand side of the person on the left, or the right-hand side of the person on the right. So you're going the same way as each other. 2 steps forward, you go step and back, then still holding hands with your partner. You're going to do 8 little dance steps round in a circle. There's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, 7 and 8. That takes you back to where you start, and you start the dance again standing next to your partner. It's called the Eva 3-step. It's a dance from Scotland. I hope you enjoy it. You can see Kate and me dancing it on the next video. This dance is a dance for 3 people. It's called the Hay, sometimes called a figure of 8 or a reel. You need to be standing in a line. If you give each other a number, person at one end is number 1, person in the middle is number 2, person at the other end is number 3. Number 1 faces forward, numbers 2 and 3 face number 1. The dance starts with numbers 1 and 2 passing right shoulders. When you get to the end, you're going to turn and come back. As soon as you've passed someone the dance has got going, everyone joins in and everyone keeps going until you get back to your place. Perhaps with the music that follows in the demonstration, you're going to do it 4 times through, or as many times as you fancy, really. It's a great dance. You're really following a number 8, figure of 8 on the floor. That's the pattern. Enjoy it. You can see 3 great dancers in the next video showing you what to do.
It is, yes. Early Caroline doesn't know what an orange
What are you doing? You trying to get us up to cut us or something? Remember where we are. We are the Ravensbourn Morris men from Bromley, and this dance will feature our guest leader, Mr. David Hicks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're about to perform a dance for you to demonstrate the finest in English men's Morris tradition. Old woman tossed up in a blanket from Fieldtown in Oxfordshire. This time.
Dobbin of the Ravensbourn Morris men. Dobbin, thanks for agreeing to be interviewed.
You're very welcome, matey. I wouldn't do anything anyway. If I'm a member of the fold, I was always laughing about, but dancing just failed me. Just like Champion the Wonderful. I really liked him. I even tried to copy his moves.
This is called a melodeon. It's of German origin of the 19th century. It's like a button accordion, but the most significant difference between the accordion that most people know and a melodeon is it plays a different note on push and pull, a bit like a mouth organ. So as well as having to remember which buttons to press, you've also got to remember whether you're actually pushing or pulling on every note.
Well, that's got to be a bit tricky to play.
It is, but it's like learning to ride a bike. I mean, ultimately, it just becomes instinctive. But yes, initially it's quite tricky. Okay.
So what was that, Winster Gallop?
Yes.
Go on, play that then.
Okay.
A bit rusty there towards the end. That was lovely. Thank you so much. Hi, John. How are you doing?
Hi, Richard. I'm fine, thank you.
I'm here with John Callahan, Ravensbourn Morris man extraordinaire.
I remember the first time I went away, and by that I mean I'm talking about a day out Morris dancing, not just on our normal Tuesday evening. And it was Jackie McGreen down at Hastings. And we went into the pub, and I know but Steve Archer started singing There Were Three Jolly Good Fellows. And I think, I'm not sure, I'm sure my chin must have dropped onto the table we were sitting at. And I thought, this is fantastic because I do enjoy singing. And so I made it something that I learned words of songs. I'm sometimes told people are doing hand motions to me, go to a lower key, you're singing too high. But what is great is the songs. When you get everyone in a pub, you got the Ravensbourn Morris joining in with the chorus. People in the pub who know the chorus join in. But more importantly, you've got a whole pub there. They are getting a bit of entertainment that they would never get other than when a Morris side is in a pub singing. But yeah, we have a really good time, and we're keeping some of those old songs alive, in my opinion. And all I know is the music, to me, is infectious. And it makes me want to stand, it makes me want to move my feet. And I've got to say that joining the Morris, Ravensbourn Morris, I really wish I'd done it years ago.
Jones's ale was new, me boys, when Jones's ale was new, and they ordered their pints of beer and bottles of sherry to help them over the hills so merry, to help them over the hills so merry. When Jones's ale was new, me boys.
Come, sons of summer, by whose toil we are the lords of wine and oil, those tough labours and rough hands, we rip up first, then reap our lands. Crowned with the ears of corn, now come, and to the pipe sing harvest home. Come forth, my lord, and see the cart, dressed up with all the country art. See here a walk-in, there a sheet, as spotless pure as it is sweet. The horses, mares, and frisking fillies, clad all in linen white as lilies. The harvest swains and wenches bound for joy to see the Hock cart crowned. About the cart, hear how the rout of rural younglings raise the shout, pressing before, some coming after, those with a shout and these with laughter. Some bless the cart, some kiss the sheaves, some prank them up with oaken leaves. Some cross the fill horse, some with great devotion stroke the home-born wheat, while other rustics, less attent to prayers than to merriment, run after with their breeches rent. Well, on, brave boys, to your lord's hearth, glittering with fire, where for your mirth ye shall see first the large and chief foundation of your feast, fat beef, with upper stories mutton, veal and bacon, which makes full the meal, with several dishes standing by, as here a custard, there a pie, and here all tempting frumenty. And for to make the merry cheer, if smirking wine be wanting here, there's that which drowns all care, stout beer, which freely drink to your lord's health. Then to the plough, the commonwealth, next to your flails, your fans, your fats, then to the maids with wheaten hats, to the rough sickle and crooked scythe. Drink, frolic, boys, till all be blithe. Feed and grow fat, and as ye eat, be mindful that the labouring neat, as you, may have their fill of meat. And oh, besides, ye must revoke the patient oxen to the yoke, and all go back into the plough and harrow, though they're hanged up now. And you must know your Lord's words true. Feed him ye must, whose food fills you, and that this pleasure is like rain, not sent ye for to drown your pain, but for to make it spring again.
Your hate is mowed and your corn is reaped, your barns will be full and your hovels heaped. Come, boys, come, boys, come, and merrily roar a harvest home. Harvest home, and merrily roar a harvest home. We'll toss off our rail till we cannot stand, and hey for the honour of old England. Old England, and hey for the honour of old England. Harvest home, and merrily roar a harvest home. Your hay it is mowed and your corn is reaped, your barns will be full and your hovels heaped. Come, boys, come, and merrily roar a harvest home. Harvest home, and merrily roar a harvest home.
Tommy rifle Larry, follow the line. Tommy rifle Larry, oh. Tommy rifle Larry, follow the line. Tommy rifle Larry.
And they did come down from Kent to plough for wheat and rye, and they made a vow, a solemn vow, John Barleycorn must die. Tommy rifle Larry, follow the line. Tommy rifle Larry, oh. Tommy rifle Larry, Tommy rifle Larry.
Pomona! Pomona! Get back in there! What are you doing? I've been told to stay in the barn! Pomona! Pomona!
Countrymen they did come down from Kent to plough for wheat and rye, and they made a vow, a solemn vow, John Barleycorn must die. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh.
Plowing!
Oh, they ploughed him in the furrow deep, till the clouds lay o'er his head. And these three men were rejoicing then John Barleycorn was dead. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh.
Rain!
They left him there for a week or so, and a shower of rain did fall. John Barleycorn sprang up again, and he proved them liars all. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh.
Sickle!
And they hired men with sickles to cut him off at the knee. And the worst of all, they served the Barleycorn, they served him barbarously. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh.
Pitchforks!
And they hired men with pitchforks to pitch him onto a load. And the worst of all, they served Barleycorn, they bound him down with cord. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh.
Threshold!
They hired men with thresholds to beat him high and low. They came smack on poor Jack's back till the flesh bled every blow. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in lie. Timmy rifle Larry, oh.
Molten kill!
Next they put him in the molten kill, thinking to dry his bones. And the worst of all, they served Barleycorn, they crushed him between two stones. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in line. Timmy rifle Larry, oh. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in line. Timmy rifle Larry, oh.
Mashing tub!
Put him in the mashing tub, thinking to scold his tail. And the next thing they called Barleycorn, they called him Hungry Hell. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in line. Timmy rifle Larry, oh. Timmy rifle Larry, followed in line. Timmy rifle Larry, oh. So come put your wine in glasses, your cider in tin cans, and young Barleycorn in the old brown jug, for he brews the strong.
John Barleycorn's a hero bold as any in the land. For ages good his fame has stood, and shall for ages stand. The whole wide world respects his name, no matter friend or foe. And where they be that make so free, he's sure to lay them low. Hey, John Barleycorn, ho, John Barleycorn, old and young thy praise have sung, John Barleycorn. To see him in his pride of growth, his robes are rich and green. His head is speared with prickly beard, fit nigh to serve the Queen. And when the reaping time comes round, and John is stricken down, he yields his blood for England's good, and Englishmen's renown. Hey, John Barleycorn, ho, John Barleycorn, old and young thy praise has sung, John Barleycorn. Then shouts for great John Barleycorn, nor heed the luscious vine. I have no mind much charm to find in potent draught of wine. Give me my native nut brown ale, all other drinks I'll scorn. For England's cheer is English beer, our own John Barleycorn. Hey, John Barleycorn, oh, John Barleycorn, old and young thy praise have sung, John Barleycorn.
Huzzah!
The green man is come, the green man is come, the green man is come, the bless is come.
The green man is come, the green man is come, the green man is come to bless our garden. The green man is come, the green man is come, the green man is come to bless our garden with flowers and trees, with flowers and trees, with flowers and trees for future children, with flowers and trees, with flowers and trees, with flowers and trees for future children. The green man is come, the green man is come, the green man is come to bless our garden. The green man is come.
In furrow deep she met her man, John Barleycorn his name. Spirits delight, true souls unite, their love it knew no shame. Green John grew tall in wind and rain, and sun turned him to gold. She did revere his pointed spear, and in the hay they rolled. Full soon 3 Kentish men appeared, with sickles held up high. The oath they swore from days of yore, John Barleycorn must die. They cut him down by the knee, poor man, and stole her love away. Without a home she alone did roam, in stubbled field astray. But Kentish maids did see her pain, and weaved a queen of straw, entwined her shadow row by row, and raised her up in awe, in awe. They drenched her through with water clear, looked o'er her naked frame, dressed her in fruit and veg to suit, and corn queen she became, and corn queen she became. Apple eyes on cabbage leaf skin, her hands of carrots fine, tomato lips and turnip hips, her pumpkin breasts sublime. They marched her through the village streets, a feast for all to see, placed her on high to beautify October's horn of plenty. And as she watched, they ate their fill and danced around, around. In praise of Spud, they drank John's blood and sang aloud, aloud. To me, Fabulary, folded lie, to me, Fabulary, oh, to me, Fabulary, folded lie, to me, Fabulary, oh. Then turn on turn, a pillaging, they stripped the corn queen bare, served up her eyes as apple pies, her body they did share. Good soup they made of her arms and legs, her belly they did roast, gobbled up her thighs, her nose likewise, her ears a treat on toast. Her mangled heart they willow-whipped, then hurled the sacred root. Her sovereign rule seized by a fool for a Wurzel maid's salute. All winter long the unclothed queen cried out for bearded John, but he'd been slashed and thrashed and mashed and drowned, and he was gone. Spring's glory passed, and wept she still till summer shone once more. 3 Kentish men forswore again, in troth to old folklore. They dragged the Corn Queen to the field and laid her down with seed, ploughed up her head, left her for dead, with clods they did the deed. In furrow deep she met a man, John Barleycorn his name. Spirits delight, true souls unite, their love it knew no shame, their love it knew no shame.
What are they? What are the green things? Looking at the pumpkin, look at that though. I feel just
kisses grown ripe in sowing, and straight to be receiver of that which thou art giver, rich in bestowing. Is then my harvest green, full garners heaping, kisses ripest when they're green, what only reaping.
Your hay is
Your hay it is mown and your corn is reaped, your barns will be full and your hovels heaped. Come, boys, come, and merrily roar a harvest home, harvest home, harvest home, and merrily roar a harvest home. We'll toss off our heads till we cannot stand, and hey, the honour of old England. Old boys come, and merrily roar a harvest home, harvest home, harvest home, and merrily roar. Come, boys, come, and merrily roar a harvest home, harvest home, harvest home, and merrily roar a harvest home.
Come, boys, come, and merrily roar a harvest home, harvest home, and merrily roar a harvest home. We'll toss off our ale till we cannot stand, and hey for the honour of old England, old England, old England, and hey for the roar of harvest home. Harvest home, harvest home, and merrily roar a harvest home.
Come, boys, come, and merrily roar a harvest home, harvest home, harvest home, and merrily roar a harvest home.
Yeah. Oh, this is really good. This is working out way well. Yeah. Oh, this is really good. This is working out way well.
ready, musicians. Take it away.
Do?
Careful about these when the neighbour
It's all his own work.
It's amazing, isn't it?
to the right for merry-go. We left him there for a week or so, and a shower of rain did fall. John Barleycorn's run up again, and he blew them high at all. To the right for merry-go. 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 But they hired men with sickles to cut him off at the knee, and the worst of all is Barleycorn, they served him barbarously. To the right for merry-go. 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 And they hired men with pitchforks to pitch him onto the road, and the worst of all is Barleycorn, they pound him down with gold. Oh yeah! To the right for merry-go. 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 And they hired men with thresholds to beat him high and low. They came straight back from poor Jack's back to the left for merry-go. To the right 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 for merry-go. And the next day was in the mountain kept the ginger blind his bonds, and the worst of all is Barleycorn, they crushed him into stone. To the right for merry-go. 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 They left him in a mashing tub, the ginger scrolled his tail, and the next thing they called Barleycorn, they called him Hare. To the right for merry-go. 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 So put your wine in the glasses, your cider in cans, and don't let it go in your run for years and strange to hear is here above that which thou art given, rich in this glory. Is then my harvest green, full honors heaping,
until we meet again. Happy October Plenty 2020.
We reel beside the river, twixt Thames and globe we hay. We chant and wheel your breath to steal a lion's part to play.
See you next year.
The air, come here and share until Green Man appears. The Jack of London's Bankside steps forth with Nut Brown Ale. There's spirit in the wild man to one and all. Wassail, so roar with us and hearty, roar so London hears. Rent the air, come here and share until St. George appears. A dragon's tooth revives him, and solstice calls the sun. We sing the fertile blessings in till our 12th night is done. So roar with us and hearty, roar so London throngs. Rent the air, come here and share the music and the song. We play and dance together, fight dragons all as one. Grow lilies as an army here, and then beat up the drum. So roar with us and hearty, roar so London sings. Rent the air, come here and share with corn queens and corn kings. We reel beside the river, twixt Thames and globe we hay. We chant and wheel your breath to steal a lion's part to play.